Okay. It's Art Sunday. We have all of the floof. Alright. So I'm super excited because we got our yarn in. Well, we got some of it. We got two skeins. And I was excited because they were actually bigger than I was expecting them to be for the price. So we got I picked up skeins that were 380 yards. So there's some big boys. And I got these as an alternative to buying the roving, because roving's expensive. And I didn't have the money to buy every single color that we needed. So there's a trick you can do with skeins of yarn where you can turn it from this into this. So it involves a comb and some time, but you can do it, and it looks and feels, well, it feels much softer, but it pretty much looks the same as this shit. So hey, cool. Considering I got the yarn on sale for $1.99 a skein, hell yeah, that's fantastic, and I will take that all freaking day. It still doesn't have a stream quality for me yet, an internet quality for me yet, so that's interesting. What color was this? That's the grand question. Were you this? I'm thinking you were this, or you were this. Thinking you were this. This doesn't feel like I've pulled it out of the package though, which is why I was confuzzled. Confuzzleds happen. And now I can't get it open. Now I know why these damn bags were half of them not closed, because, oh no, maybe I did open this. Yeah, okay. That looks about right. Okay. We're gonna keep working on our cloud floofs here. I mean, that actually might be a little thick, but I have a split in my skin from where I cut it on the foil from the sparkling apple cider bottle. It's kind of healing, but every time I'm trying to do something, I can feel the ridge, and I'm like, argh. I'm like, why do you annoy me so? Alright. Okay, there we go. Alright. So I hope everybody's having, at the very least, a decent Sunday. Hope you have had a good weekend, or are having. I mean, the weekend's not quite over yet, but I'm just trying to turn this so I can see it a little better. I really should have my light on the left since I'm right-handed, so I'm not creating a shadow. But I don't have room for it on the left, so ideally that's where I would like it to be. Maybe one of these days, if I ever get the desk set up I'm truly happy with. I saw another desk on Amazon that I really, really like, but I'm not sure if we have the room in this house for it. So that makes me a little bummed. I have to take some measurements. Not like I can afford to get it. Anyway, hey Zorts. Sometimes it's nice to fake plan stuff. It's like, oh, maybe someday. And then someday rolls around and then they don't have the item anymore. And then you're like, well, shit. Still not sure if we're doing Wild Challenges Wednesday this week. I'd have to pull some miracles out of my ass to be ready for that. I've only got one character leveled enough for Wednesday, so that might not be happening this week. Kind of mad at myself over, but what can you do? That's the way that's gonna go. I was too preoccupied last night. I started combing out my yarn that came and realizing just how long it's gonna take me to comb out all of the yarn. Oh, I did? I thought I fixed it. My thing said it said disabled emote only for this room. That was weird. What the hell? I know I fixed it. I have a message that says I fixed it. That is fucking bizarre. Huh. Yeah, it's off on my screen. It was off when I started. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Alright, well, maybe when I hit start it reverted or something. I don't know. Thank you. That is so strange. It was on when you came in. That's bizarre. Because I was like, oh, let me turn this off. And it says, Nisey disabled emote only for this room. That is strange. Damn it, Twitch. What the fuck? Oh well, it's fixed now. That's all that matters. So how is everybody on this Sunday afternoon? Yes, so I do have quite the project ahead of me. I haven't gotten all the yarn yet either. I've only gotten 2 balls of it, so not sure what's going on there. It's coming from like all over the country. 1 ball came from Florida. I I think another one or two came, no. Some of it came from Florida, some of it came from Utah, some of it's coming from Arizona, some of it's coming from Indiana, some of it's coming from Minnesota. And then I have another set where it's like, oh, it's ready to go out for delivery. No, it says ready to ship. We'll give you more information when the shipping agent picks it up or some shit. And I'm like, okay. So I am so confused. I don't like buying stuff from Joann's because their shipping drives me crazy. But in this instance, they were the cheaper option. Like, it was hard to beat $1.99 sale price for this, for 300 and, what did I say earlier, 80 yards. This is a big boy. Much bigger than I thought I was getting. And I'm barely a quarter into that prepped, so I'm very happy. We should definitely have enough. It makes me feel a little bit better about not running out when we work on our Bob Ross series that we're gonna do. I should have wrote down what season I was looking at. I think I remember when I was picking up the colors. I should have done that. The things I do at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. But, I mean, I'm, like, barely a little bit in, and I have so much floof. I probably have, like, this amount. Maybe more in here. It's just separated out. So, I am excited. And we don't even need that much light gray, so I'm like, ooh, okay. But, you know, it's hard to pass up a sale of that magnitude. 50% off? Fuck yes. Especially when these guys, roving is like super expensive. Which blows my mind because I think it's more work to make the yarn than it is to spin it down into the yarn than to just, you know, be like, here, have fun with that. But, I was finding roving chunks for like $16, $17, sometimes close to $20, sometimes over $20 for like 4 colors, and I was like, what? And it wasn't even that much of it, and I'm like, yeah. I was like, there's gotta be another way. And I had heard on a video I had been watching of somebody else doing this, saying that they had heard that you could even needle felt with yarn, and I'm like, ooh, come again. So I started doing some Google digging. Again, probably not something I should be doing at like 3 o'clock in the morning, but I did. I was like, hey, we can make this work. Hells yeah. I was like, I'll sit here and comb out yarn before I go to bed. That's fine. That's something I can do as I start to get tired. And I was seeing people saying, oh yeah, acrylic yarn's really good for that. If you don't want to use like 100% wool and you don't want to use like animal products and stuff. So you're basically, you cut some lengths of yarn that are all the same length, and then you hold them in your hand, right? Really tight, super tight. And then you take a sticker comb. Now this isn't exactly a sticker comb, but it's close enough. It's what we had. I thought we had a sticker comb, but we don't. It's like a pet brush with the little metal spikies in it. This was a close substitute, and then you slowly start at the end, and then you start combing it out, and it unspins it. I mean, there's still a little bit of wavy spots in there, but that's fine. That's not a huge deal. And then you take your shedded floof and your combed out floof, and you stick it in the bag to make pretty things with later. I'm excited. Like, I think if you're doing like 3D stuff, I think you need to use some roving in the middle of it, but they also sell like large boxes of just white or cream colored roving. You can probably just get away with that. And most people's needle felting, like little 3D animals and stuff, are pretty small, and that's why they're small, because it's expensive. And it actually takes a lot to make those little guys. So, and we're not wet felting. I think I was seeing there, they were like, can't really do that with the wet felting because they won't stick to itself. But we're not doing wet felting, we're doing dry. Wet felting's a lot more involved. I think I saw one video on YouTube of somebody doing it, and I was like, oh damn. It's a whole ass thing. Soap and water and scrubbing your piece. I mean, the end product's pretty nice, but it's a lot. I would rather do this. So if we tuck this side in. Alright. Still need a little bit more of this. I'm working on another one. Well, I was until I started combing out my wool, where I'm trying to do a lighthouse. It's far from done and the walkway's a little bit crooked, but I've been working on this a little bit on the side. So we've got some clouds coming in here. I'm working on those right now. I still have to put my lighthouse in and try to uncrooked my walkway because it's a little askew. But we're working on that on the side. I'll probably take a little bit of that gray and stick it in the clouds just to see how it's gonna do. I doubt it's gonna be any different than this stuff. But I am curious to see how it's gonna go. Excited, I can't wait for the rest of the yarn to come. I think I've got more saying it's supposed to arrive on Monday. We'll see. I'm a little concerned that part of my order doesn't have any shipping info on it. They shipped it in like so many little micro shipments. They actually kind of had us concerned because they'd fucked up my bank account for a little bit, where it looked like I was in the negative even though I had enough money in there plus a little bit for the order. And they had the whole amount pending, and then they started like actually deducting the amounts as they were shipping them, and I'm like, yo, what are you doing? Could you at least take the hold off of the account? Because you're making it look like I'm in the negative and I'm not. So I wasn't happy about that. And I'm not a huge fan of ordering online from Joann's. I think I said before I wasn't gonna, but the price was too hard to ignore. I looked at Michael's, but their price wasn't as good. They were having a sale too, but it wasn't as good of a sale. I was originally looking at Red Heart, and this is a brand I've never used before. It's, I think, a house brand for Joann's. I think it said that you could only get it at Joann Fabrics, so... But so far it seems to be fluffing pretty good. It doesn't seem as rough as this does. Like Fair had sent me some from WoW Challenges for, it was a roving yarn, it was an ombre. She sent me 2 balls of that because it was stuff that she couldn't end up using for what she had bought it for, and that's very soft, and it's not as frizzy, I guess, as the stuff that I bought as like a multicolored kit thing. Let me flip this guy back around. So this is this color. Alright. So this looks a little darker. I think we've did we use that? No, we used this one down there. Alright. Oh no, we haven't used this color yet at all, because they tie it in a knot. They like tucked the ends in like a pretzel almost. They're like, oh, here. I guess to keep it from getting too unruly. To be perfectly honest, this feels like acrylic. It might be real wool, but it's not that soft. It kind of feels like doll hair that got played with in the tub too many times and needs a trip to the salon to fix it. I know a lot of people don't understand that reference, but it's a very specific reference. So what's everybody up to today? A lot of traffic today. I'm starting to become a little bit concerned. There's a truck in the parking lot across the street from us. It's been there for like, I don't know. Russell noticed somebody with it yesterday, like at 10 o'clock last night. They were underneath the car doing something to it. He's like, it's kind of weird. And they were still there, or at least the truck was still there at like 2 this morning, 3 this morning. And we're like, he's like, should I go over and see if they need help? I'm like, I wouldn't this time of night. I was like, since it's dark out and everything, if anything, I would maybe call the cops to have them do like a check on them, make sure they're okay, because we can't help them. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but we don't know dick about cars, so I don't know, maybe the cops can help get them a phone number for someone or something. We didn't end up doing that because then we didn't see them, so I don't know if they were in the truck or what. But when I got up a little while ago and was trying to get myself sorted, the truck's still there and the door was open, so I don't know what the hell's going on, but it's kind of like, are they stranded? Like, I don't know. It's just a little strange at this point. But like I said, we don't know dick about cars, so I don't know what the hell's wrong with it. Since they were under the car doing stuff to it, I imagine they might have an idea of what's wrong with it. I don't know. Alright, so this color looks almost identical. It's not very different. The color that's on here, well, subtly different, subtly, but still not very. All right. I can't really see the other color that I'm putting in. Not that I've put a lot of it in there, but we're kind of... Oh, see, that's why we have the finger thingies. Just tried to stab myself. Let's not do that. Because that would have been a whole different reaction. And probably a be right back screen if we hadn't had that on. That would not have been a good thing. At all. Alright, where do I want this one? There's not much. I only have the one on. I probably should put the other. Trying to figure out where to put our next guy here. I'll probably come back and hit everything again, just to make sure that everything is good and anchored. When we're all said and done, I might break out the big guy. The one of doom that I have so much trouble with sometimes. Thinking we might add some more of that darker. Purple on up in here. Maybe. There we go again. Trying to get that finger. Kind of want this to go off the edge a little bit. Just a little. Alright, so like they're pretty close. One's a little bit bluer than the other, maybe. And this one's almost the same color, too. Almost. These shades are very, like, within 1 to 2 tints of each other. Like, this one's very different from that one, but when you get them on top of each other, let's see what we can do. I gotta remember how to do all the shit for the podcast. It's been like a month. I don't remember all the shit I'm supposed to do. I mean, I do, but do I remember how to do it? I don't know. This is gonna be interesting. The first couple of weeks back from winter break for it are always a little, did I do everything? More so than the regular everyday did I do everything. It's like, how was I supposed to do this again? We'll see if I remember. We will see. I'm just kind of trying to layer up some different shades here. On our big guy clouds. So if we end up finishing this today, I'm not sure what we're doing next week. We can't start our Bob Ross project yet. Actually, I know what we can do next week. We can do something fun. We can break out the watercolors next week. If we finish this today. Because that'll probably be a one session project, most likely. But again, that's if we get done today. I'm not sure we will. We might. We just might. I'm just kind of making our little circle guys that we made, if you remember, from our tissue paper art. Just to kind of give us that circular feeling of motion, fluffiness from the clouds. And it doesn't have to be super tight. It can be a little loose and open, because then the other colors from underneath will kind of peek through in spots, and that's fine. Okay, that is okay. Get another little section here. So I'm using smaller sections because I am twisting them and layering them up on top of each other. And you all do what you want. Am I doing this right? Am I doing this wrong? I don't know, but you know what? We're having fun, so that's all that really matters. In the grand scheme of things. Right. Okay. And just kind of want you sitting over this corner. I feel like this corner needs a little bit more floof happening here. Just a little bit. we might take a little bit of the darker color and throw it in there as well. Just to kind of add a little extra. I don't know if shading's really the right word, just a little extra something to it. Just making sure our edges are all down here. I mean, I probably could do it with the bigger guy. I kind of like the small guy a little bit better. All right. So let's add one more little lighter floof in here. I'm so excited to start our Bob Ross series. I can't wait for the rest of the yarn to show up. Probably be like a month before we can get to that though. Alright, I actually need to look at my calendar. I was looking really good. You have stuff for this kind of work but have not gotten started yet. This is so inspiring. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I saw it and I've been wanting to do it for a year, and then Christmas finally rolled around and I'm like, hey, you know what you can get me for Christmas? You can get me this stuff. Don't get me clothes that I'm not gonna wear because their texture is gonna irritate the hell out of me because I didn't pick them out. Just get me this stuff. I'm not that hard to make happy. Just get me some art supplies and we're good. We're good. Alright, so maybe in here. I'm just kind of winging it, just kind of putting some lights and darks on these upper clouds. Thinking I might add one more darker shade on there though. I'm thinking we might. I mean, there's gonna be like a tree kind of covering it, but I still feel like I kind of want maybe this guy, because we had him down in here and I feel like maybe we should bring him up into here too. Like not a whole lot, just maybe a little. Just a little bit. I have to remind myself not to go too crazy. But yeah, I'm so excited for attempting to follow along with the Bob Ross tutorial, except with needle felting instead of painting. So, I mean, I do have my oil paint still, but I've been seeing some concerning things about the oil paints lately, and I'm like, maybe we shouldn't. Like, where was this information before when I bought this stuff? Maybe we'll just kind of tuck you in around in here. I mean, I know we have the reference photo up, but I've kind of gone off the reference photo at this point. I mean, we're close to it, but it's just not quite exact. But now that I've gotten the yarn, I was nervous when I ordered the yarn because I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make the yarn into fluff like I need, but now that I've played with it a little bit last night, I'm a bit more confident that that is gonna work out to how I wanted it to go. So that's exciting. Now I just have to hope the rest of it shows up in a timely manner so that I can get to brushing out some of the yarn. Like, I don't have to have it all, like, every ball brushed out before we get started, but at least I have to have some amount that we can work with. So I will definitely be kept busy. Oh right, I was gonna check my calendar. Because we have some stream dates changes coming up. Okay, so stream days will be normal this week. So we'll definitely be streaming on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I don't know if we're doing a bonus stream on Saturday. If we do, it's going to be short and in the afternoon. I don't know yet. We will be doing Sunday the 16th. We will be streaming on the 19th. The 20th, there will be no stream. The 21st, there will be no stream. And the 23rd, I don't know. It depends on how much pain I'm in, because I have to have that tooth surgically extracted on the 20th. So, not looking forward to that at all. Really not. And super, super anxious about how much we actually have to pay on that day. I don't know. I think we have to at least definitely pay for the extraction and the bone graft. I don't know about the rest of it yet. I don't think we have to pay that right away. I think he just gave us the estimate on everything total. I was a little confused. Russell said he understood what the guy was saying and that we should only have to do the one thing, or the two main things on the 20th. But yeah, not looking forward to this, because I've heard people saying, oh, bone grafts are terrible, and I'm like, oh, great. I don't even know what the fuck they're going to be doing. I know I'm going to be awake for the whole thing, so that's fun. And I'm just like, oh, God. He's like, oh, you won't feel much. There's no nerve in that tooth. And I'm thinking, yeah, I know there's no nerve in that tooth, but they still had to numb the shit out of my face when they were putting the cap on. Not happy. Yeah, oh, that's right. We have to call the insurance in the morning. Forgot about that. The insurance that we're on, we don't think there's any dental parts to it. Russell thought there might have been something on there, but we're not sure. We know that it was only going to cover eye for a minor, not for over a certain age or something, like a non-dependent. It wasn't going to do shit for. So I'm thinking it's going to be kind of the same way for the dental, but when the dental office called to double check, my date of birth was wrong in the computer. And they're like, well, we see the social security number, but that doesn't match the date of birth. And I'm like, what do you mean it doesn't match the date of birth? What do you mean? So now we have another problem that we have to fucking deal with. Oh, good Lord. Does this shit happen to other people? Like, in this amount? because it just feels weird that it never seems to stop. I want a quiet, boring life. I don't want shit constantly going wrong. I really don't. I don't like it. I don't like confrontations. And my life is like, here, have another one. And I'm like, no! Stop it! Let's just stop. And we have to call the lawyer on Monday as well. And find out if they got what they were looking for or trying to do. They had called on Thursday. He called on Thursday. And they asked for some information because they're trying to speed up our appeal. Well, Russell's appeal. And we haven't heard back from them yet. So we're kind of like, hello? Did you get what you needed, or do you need more information from us? We are confused. So that's going to be another... Monday's going to be full of fun, but... we'll see. So I don't know if we're going to have a surprise stream on Monday. It depends. We did that on stream last night. Sometimes the husband and I do Stardew Valley off stream together. Sometimes it's on stream, so there might be some weird time skips when we play that. The other night he was like, let's play this, and I'm like, okay, but I don't feel like streaming. Like, I'm done talking today. And for some reason, and I don't know why, we can't get the multiplayer to work unless we're in the Discord call now, and it's so strange. Like, he's like, it won't let me connect, and I'm like, humor me, let's try the Discord call, and then have you try to connect. And then it fucking went through, and I'm like, really? I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry about the abrupt end to stream last night. Dental work is never fun, but I'm in the EU, so have a whole other system for it than you. Yeah, it sucks here. It's ridiculous. I mean, it kills me because I've put so much money into this particular tooth. I'm mad and I'm anxious and I'm just like, why? Why? Like, not having it. I'm pissed off about this tooth. Where did the other piece of floof go? There it is. I keep losing floof. It's my main chewing molar, right? And it's on the bottom. I was going into this thinking it was just gonna be, oh, well, you know, I was like, maybe we can just replace the cap. That would be fantastic. Can we just replace the cap? Apparently, for some reason, this guy's like, oh no, we can't just replace the cap. And I'm like, why? And, he was looking, like, I brought the cap in with me, and he's like, oh, this isn't just a crown that fell off. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, the receptionist was looking at the crown, and she's like, oh. She goes, this is more than just a crown. And I'm like, I don't fucking know. I know the post came out because they had to put a metal stabilizing post in the crown because I've had trouble with the sides of that tooth breaking, and they're like, oh, well, this will help stabilize it. And I'm like, okay. Well, when it came out, the post came out with it, and I was like, oh god. I actually thought I had broken a different tooth. So my appointment was at 3 on Friday. We got there at like 2:45-ish. And I had to fill out paperwork, and that's fine, whatever. And then somebody walked in after, like maybe 5-10 minutes after us, and I'm like, oh, okay. They got taken back before I was even, I think I just finished my paperwork, maybe, and they got taken back, and I'm like, okay. Maybe they're here for like a cleaning or something. Because you could hear the dentist in the back doing stuff. And this was the first time I'd been to this dentist. And was sitting there. And the receptionist was like, oh, we should be able to get you back soon. And I'm like, okay. And I said to Russell, I said, well, what time is it? He goes, it's like 3:30. And I'm like, all right. And we're sitting there, and the longer it's taking, the more anxious I'm getting, because, sitting and waiting, and dental office and everything, so that wasn't fun, and I'm just kind of sitting there, I'm like, okay, and so they finally took me back, and they put me in one room, and I'm like, alright, sure. Then we're sitting there, and somebody else comes in, and she's like, okay, here, let's rinse your mouth out with this. And I'm like, I've never had to do this before anybody's done anything, but okay. Don't know if it was a COVID thing or not. And did that, put my mask back on, and I'm just kind of sitting there, and I'm sitting there. She's like, oh, here's a pair of these weird, like, I think they were like safety glasses. I don't know what the fuck they were for. Hygienist hands them to me, or whoever the fuck she is, the assistant. She's like, here, he's probably gonna have you put these on. And I'm like, okay. I have glasses on, but alright. So I'm sitting there holding these weird ass glasses, staring at my crown in the bag, and I hear him talking to someone else. And it sounds like they were in the middle of a really involved procedure. And I'm like, oh dear. And, like, I was hearing the words crown and filling. And I'm like, oh god, we're going to be here forever before he gets to us. Because crowns take a while. And, I'm just like, oh god. And then one of the ladies goes to him, you've got somebody in the hygienist room. And he's like, what? And I'm like, okay, so did we not even know what the appointments were today? And I'm just like, alright. And the receptionist was saying that they had a root canal run way over earlier in the day, and that he was running behind because of that, and it turned out not to be a simple root canal, and I'm just like, okay. And I'm just kind of sitting there. I'm like, well, if nobody's going to talk to me, I'm just going to go. And then he finally pops in for a minute, and he's like, hey, he's like, so your crown broke or whatever. I'm like, yeah, here. And he looked at it, he goes, oh, this isn't just a crown breaking off. And I'm like, everybody's acting like I'm the fucking dumb one. I'm like, I don't know fucking dental terminology. He's like, see this? There's the post. I was like, yeah, I know the post came out. I'm not that dumb. But what I was seeing inside the crown that I thought was just the cement that they used to hold it on there, he's like, this is the core that they used to build up the tooth to put the crown on. That came off too, and I'm like, oh fuck. And I was like, as soon as he's like said that, I'm like, shit. So I was like, this is not good. He's like, when did this happen? And I'm like, Wednesday, Thursday, last week, before New Year's Eve. I think it had to have happened Wednesday night because we were trying to call them on Thursday. And he's like, He's like, I mean, I could try to save you a little bit money and try to clean this up. And then he stopped himself and he's like, wait, let me look at it. And then he's looking at it. He's like, now where is it? He goes, oh, there it is. And I'm like, yeah, there it is. And it was bad. And he's pushing. He goes, does any of this hurt? I'm like, no. He goes, does it hurt right now? I was like, I said, it's felt like there's been pressure pushing down on that tooth ever since the cap popped off. I don't know why. It just feels like somebody has like their finger and they're just like pushing down on it. It doesn't necessarily hurt. It's just pressure. And it's a little annoying and uncomfortable. And he's like, He's like, well, there's 3 possible things we can do. He goes, we can do a bridge. We can do a floating bridge. No. Was it the bridge? It's some kind of temporary... No. Was it a temporary bridge? No, he's like, it's an in and out bridge that you can take out. And I'm like, why would I want that? And then he's like, or we can do the implant. And I'm like, I don't want to do any of these. Like, must we? And I'm like, can we not just pull it and I will just learn how to eat again? And God, it was terrible. He goes, well, we'll pop that. He goes, you know what? Before I go any further, he's like, let's go get an x-ray. I'll have them do the x-ray as soon as they're done cleaning the room from the last person that had the x-ray. And let me make sure I can do this. He's like, because I want to make sure that this isn't something I have to refer you to a surgery center for. And I'm like, oh God, no. I was like, what? I was like, don't even. Let's not go there. And so then I'm left sitting there having another mini meltdown. I'm like, fucking surgery center, what? And then they finally come and get me for the x-ray. They do the x-ray. Go back to sitting and waiting. And we're waiting. And we're waiting. And we're waiting. He finally comes back and he's looking at the x-ray. He goes, okay, he goes, well, it's not infected. He goes, so that's good. He goes, so I don't have to refer you to a surgery center then, because that's really big money. He goes, they do, just to see you for the very first time, like a meet and greet visit. He goes, it's like $210 just to walk in their door. And I was like, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. And he goes, and then it's like another $600 because they have to put you under with anesthesia. I'm like, oh my God. I was like, no, I'll just fucking deal with it if that's what it's gonna be. And I kind of can't just deal with it because there is a hole in there from the post. So I'm like, what is happening? So it's like I've got to be a little bit careful and making sure that I'm staying on top of the teeth brushing gently and everything, because I'm like, I know that post hole is in there somewhere. It anchored it to someplace. And so he's looking at the x-ray and he's like, well, the x-ray looks fine. He goes, yeah, I can do a surgical extraction. And then he's like, and then we have to do the bone graft. And I'm like, bone graft? He's like, well, we have to do a bone graft because that's your main chewing molar. And if I don't do the bone graft, there's the possibility that the tooth in front and the tooth behind the tooth I'm going to pull out could collapse in on itself because the jawbone's going to be weaker, because the tooth and the root will be gone. And I'm like, oh, holy fuck. And I'm just sitting there listening to this and I'm like thinking about how my teeth luck has been. And I'm like, oh God, this would fucking happen to me if I don't do this, because I've not had good luck with this tooth. I've just not. And I'm like, yeah, I can totally see that happening because, nothing's simple for me. So, just like, yeah, okay. Not happy about this. And, and Russell asked him, if we could get an estimate for the bridge and the implant, because he's gonna have to do the bone graft regardless. And I'm like, right, of course you are. So I'm just kind of sitting there. I'm like, I was just trying to hold it together, because I'm anxious when I go to the dentist to begin with, and then all of this other shit he's throwing at me. And I could see the computer screen better than Russell could when he was trying to pull up the estimates, and we were sitting there talking before he had come back in to give us the estimates. I was like, well, this in and out floating bridge thing, yeah, no. I was like, I don't want... Why are you biting my toes? Excuse me. Who's biting my toes? Cat. I think Little is trying to bite my toe. And I'm just like, okay, so... Stop that! Kitty, I'm trying to talk here. Leave my toes alone. And so we're like, okay. I was like, well, I don't want to do this floating thing, or this in and out bridge or whatever. That sounds like moving parts that something's gonna go... Stop that! That sounds like something is gonna go wrong with. This doesn't sound like a good idea to me. Some people, if that works for you, awesome. I'm just like, with my luck, it didn't sound like it was gonna last any amount of time. Because usually, in my brain, more moving parts, the more stuff can go wrong, and just maybe not do that. So I was like, okay. Then, we're like, alright, so the in and out thingy, or the second type of bridge he talked about, that's off the table. So we're sitting there, we're like, okay, so the other bridge, he said he would have to put a crown on the tooth in front of where the extraction is going to be. A crown would have to go on the tooth behind where the extraction is going to be. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, these are two perfectly fine teeth. There is nothing wrong with them. I really don't want to mess with teeth there's nothing wrong with. That seems dumb. Why? Why are we going to open up Pandora's box with this and fuck around with something that's fine? Is how my brain just kept tossing this up. And the bridge estimate was $3,000. And I was like, oh! And I'm just sitting there. When I saw it pop up on the computer screen, I made a face, and Russell's like, what? And I showed him 3 fingers, and he's like, his eyes went wide, and he's like, oh. Because I knew it was going to be expensive from previous dental work I've had done with insurance. I knew this was not going to go well on the estimate portion. And I'm like, oh God. And, I was right. Didn't want to be right, but I was right. And so he's like, can we get the estimate for the implant? Because the implant seems to be the better, more sturdy option. Because it's like, I have to have the bone graft done regardless what he does, it seems. So that's the way that's gonna be. I mean, I could risk it, but with my luck, I know I shouldn't. So I'm just like, alright, well, what's the estimate for that? And then they gave us the estimate of $4,000 for the implant. And I'm like, the bridge just doesn't sound worth it, because the hole's still technically going to be there, but he has to float a crown in between 2 teeth and put crowns on them, and I'm just like, why? I was just like, this sounds like a lot of unnecessary trauma. And I'm not happy, but... And we don't have $4,000 either, so... The bone graft takes 4 months to heal. For me, it'll probably take closer to 5, because for some reason I'm a slow healer sometimes. I'm just hoping nothing goes wrong with this bone graft. I don't know what kind of shape I'm going to be in afterwards, so that's why I'm saying the streams will be canceled that weekend. I gotta make sure I tell Lita I can't be on the podcast that weekend, because I doubt I'm going to be able to talk very well. Or I'm probably not going to feel like talking, but depends though. But, yeah, so that's where we're at. So we're gonna hope within the next 4 months that, the husband's disability gets approved. Because he should get a retro check. And that's how we're gonna have to pay the remainder balance if it happens. If not, then I'm gonna have to wait to have the rest of it done until we can get the rest of the money together. So that's fun. Not really. It's a whole thing. And the husband was told it could take 18 months for him to get his disability approved. We're not sure if that was from the time the lawyer got involved or from the time that he first applied. If it goes off the time he first applied, he applied last March. It really depends on how backed up the court is right now. And if we have to go before a judge, basically. And the lawyer said she was trying to speed it up when she called on Thursday? Yeah, it had to have been Thursday. Because I was telling the husband, I was like, if we don't hear from her soon, we should really just, at least call and check in, see how things are potentially going. He goes, oh no, I heard from her. I was like, oh, you did? He goes, yeah, she asked me some more questions. So, there's that. All kinds of fun here. At least the both doggos seem to be doing okay. Momo's probably as good as he's gonna get at this point, so we still don't know if he was gonna need surgery. He's kind of getting up from time to time on his own. He's still not wanting to really go outside. We did get him outside the one day. And ever since then, he's like, no, I'm good. He just doesn't want to go outside. He's got his potty pads, so he still gets up and uses those. Sometimes his motivation for food outweighs how shitty he feels, I think. And he's like, hey, what you got to eat? So we've been rewarding him getting up to explore and stuff. But pretty sure he's as good as it's gonna get, because we didn't have the money to go to Oklahoma City, which is about, let's see, Tulsa's about a 2-hour drive from us. Oklahoma City probably about a 3 to 4 hour drive, because we would have to go to somewhere there, or at least the one vet was going to recommend us go there to a teaching veterinary hospital to get the MRI done there. I guess it would have been cheaper. that's a long car ride. Because I would have had to gone with him, and we would have had to have taken both dogs because Zuzu would have flipped his shit if we both left with Momo. So we were like, well, let's wait and see. He's still happy, he's still food motivated. We've taught him a couple new tricks while he's laying in bed, so he doesn't have to move around too much. That he can do with very minimal movement, so he does those now whenever we have a treat before you even ask him to do it. Very enthusiastically, so I'm like, okay. We were given a list of quality of life stuff to watch out for him, but he seems to be doing okay, so we'll take what we can get there. Alright, let me see if we tuck that back, because this outer section is gonna get snipped off because I wanted this to be small, so I just had a frame idea that I gave myself to work within. Almost feel like we might need to add a little bit more of that background color, but maybe not. Maybe we're okay. Alright, let's grab some of this color. Yeah, it's a whole thing. But let's get back to art, because that's what you all are here for. So that's why we have the Kofi link up. Kofi goes through PayPal, and that goes directly to me. It doesn't go through Twitch. I'm not set up for Stripe on there though, so it's just PayPal. I'd never heard of Stripe before Kofi, and I'm like, is this legit? I've seen other people talk about Stripe, so I think it's just a way to incorporate credit card donations through Kofi. But it also sounded like something else I was gonna have to worry about come tax time, so I was like, I think we'll just leave that as PayPal. Because we've got enough complications going on. Between me trying to keep track of the Etsy store and everything for taxes. Alright, so let's see. Let's pop you in over here, I think. So yeah, the podcast will be returning next week for WoW Challenges. I don't know who's co-hosting first show back. It's probably going to be Lita and Chris. Probably. I haven't heard yet who was on co-host duty. So if you guys have a challenger play goal list that you want to work on for 2022, we're still looking for them, so send those into podcast@wowchallenges.com if you would. And those will get read out on the show. next week. Those need to be sent in by the 13th. If you would please, no later than the 13th. I know first show back isn't until the 15th, but it'll make everyone's lives easier if they're in by the 13th. Oh, I've got all the little plastic bags sticking to my arm. Alright. So I'm thinking that we kind of put this guy up in here. I mean, part of me was thinking, hey, maybe we take a little bit of one of the pinks and throw them up in here, but might be a little much. These two look so close to each other. Like, they almost look like the same shade. Are they the same shade? It's like the barest of color differences on these two. They look identical. If there's a difference, it's so slight. It's like one notch difference. All right. Get you in here. I will say I do prefer the quality of the roving that Fair sent me over this. This is a lot frizzier. But it's still getting the job done. I haven't used the other stuff yet. I am curious though. In fact, I'm so curious. Ah! Oh no, that fell. Okay, that's fine. I'm so curious. I'm just gonna take a little piece. I have to. I have been dying to try it. Let me just try this real super quick. I'm dying to see. How this is gonna play out here. Like, I've got to know. So this is supposed to be a light gray. It's so light though when it's floofed, it doesn't really look that gray to me. I just want to see. Just real super quick. Humor me here for a second. So this is one of, okay, I can see the gray now against the white or cream, whatever shade this is. It's subtle, but I can see it. Oh, that went in lovely. Oh. That just melted in. Wow. Okay, yeah, that's... Oh, it feels silky too. I love that. Okay. Yeah, that... Wow. Wow. So yeah, there's an inexpensive alternative for you to roving. Yeah, these two, I swear, they must, maybe they are the same. Maybe I just got a second pouch of it. I'm trying to figure out if these two colors are the same.
Oh, okay.
But, so this was yarn. This was acrylic yarn. You alright?
Yeah, I had to discard the,
Oh, did it finally die?
not only was it dead, but some of the seeds are starting to mold.
Oh, okay. So this is this. I got this from Joann's. It's apparently a house brand called Big Twist. It was, let's see, machine washable, do not bleach. It's made in Turkey. Yeah, it's 100% acrylic. So, yeah, wow, that just... So you can dry felts with the acrylic from what I was reading online. People were saying if you're like making animals or figurines that you might need to use a little bit of roving as the core. But this fluffed up so nice. So I have a pet brush. I've seen people use a sticker brush. This is pretty much the same thing. It has like the little metal spikes on a square, like to get the... I almost see it as, you know, helping to get the undercoat off of your fluffy dogs. You can get it in the pet supply section. They're not that expensive. This was just a cheap plastic version that we had because I hadn't been able to get to the store to grab one of the metal spiky ones. Like, I've got a couple of the plastic nibs that are breaking off because, you know, it's just plastic. So I will be getting a metal one eventually, but I basically started pulling this out. You cut it into multiple lengths. Like, you know, like you just try to get the lengths the same, you know, cut the ends so that way, and hold it tight, and then you start at the very tip. So you take your comb, you have this, and you just kind of brush the ends out. It's hard to do with just one piece. Here, let me show you. Two should be enough for this purpose. So, you know, you kind of get them equal length. It's hard to do because I've got this stupid finger protector on. So just kind of start at the ends and then work your way up, and then it kind of I'm not even in frame, so start at the ends and work your way up, and it kind of unravels it and takes it back to the state that it was before they spun it into the metal. And look at that, look how fluffy. I am so excited now that just melted in on that other piece. Oh, yay. So much fun we're gonna have. And then, you know, this you can just pull out of the comb and use that too. That's fine. It's just from it shedding. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun when we get to following the Bob Ross tutorials. I just have to wait for the rest of my colors to show up. I probably have stuff here that we could use, but I want to make sure that our colors kind of match going through. So look at that, and then you just keep working your way down, and then when you're done, you're done, and then you put it in your yarn bag. I will deal with that later, but oh yes, super less expensive alternative. So you're for sure gonna try that. You have so much acrylic yarn laying around. Yeah, like some people were like, oh, just buy the roving. It's so much less fuss. But I'm like, yeah, but if you don't have the money to buy the roving and you've got all this other yarn laying around, why not use the yarn? Make use of what you've got. Save yourself some funds. And that yarn I got on sale, it was on sale for $1.99 from Joann's. They had a yarn sale on their website, at least in the US, this past week. And I was like, oh damn. I was like, look at all the yarn. I bought like 21 different colors of this in this size. I didn't realize it was this big. I'm so happy. I'm like, oh god. I spent like the $50 that we had for Christmas that we each got for art supplies, so I was like, yay. We were originally going to save that money to go to the zoo with, but things being what they are, in the craziness that is happening right now in the world, we decided to cancel that zoo trip for now. We're not quite comfortable going. I mean, we would be outside, but there are some indoor buildings, and people being how they act, we're just like, considering the zoo that we go to, the city's had quite a large number of illnesses reported lately. We're just like, yeah, we'll just set that on the back burner. Maybe next fall. We'll see. We'll see. So, let's see here. Yeah, I'm thinking these two are actually the same color, and I'm just wanting them to be different. Alright. I mean, you don't have to cut these into smaller pieces. I just am for trying to stretch out my supplies, and I don't need that huge piece for what I'm doing at the moment. Even this feels a little big. But, oh, that just melted in. It actually felt like it went in a little bit better than this. And this is just felt squares. Like, nothing special about these felt squares at all. So I tried to sketch out like a 4x4-ish square on my felt. I should probably explain what my lines are, because people are going to be like, that looks weird. So, you have a place you usually shop for yarn. They sell like 10 skeins for, it's about $14. Oh wow, that's nice. That is lovely. That is an awesome price. So, the outer line that you can kind of see in some spots was 5x5, and then I took a 4x4 canvas and then traced around it because I kind of want to put this in a 4x4 frame, and I figured, well, you know, we'll work small. We're used to working small here. Because the larger we get, the harder it is to get everything in frame. And the largest, well, these are like 9x12 felt squares. I cut it down. So I'm like, okay, so now I have my 4x4 kind of size, and then I have my extra that, you know, it's okay. I can kind of like try to trim this section down. Because the other piece I did when I was, my first attempt, when I was just kind of messing around, I had cut it 2 sides, and then it got a little uneven when I had pulled it off and as I was working on it, because it was the first one I had done. And I was just kind of messing around. I had some undersea stencils that I had the mermaid for, and I just kind of needle felted her in, and some bubbles and stuff, and some seagrass. Like, this was like all stencils that I was needle felting inside of. So don't be afraid to use different things. But I was like, oh, that got a little kind of wonky there. So I was like, let me give myself a little bit of a border this time, so I can cut it a little bit straighter when we are done. So yeah, I mean, that was like my first real needle felting attempt, and I was like, okay, you know, it didn't come out too bad. So I mean, I was reasonably happy with it. It's a little dark because the colors of the yarn I was using were a bit darker, but it didn't come out too bad. Now, when I'm run out of felt, I will probably get just a pack of like white felt, or just a bunch of white felt squares, or like a cream or something neutral, so we don't have to fight with the multicolored madness here. But this is what I grabbed because I figured, well, it won't really matter in the long run when we're just learning how to do this and getting our feet under us. But next week, I think, if we manage to get done here, and we're not that far from being done. I say that, and then we'll probably spend like 2 hours on one tree. If we get done today, what time is it? We still might. I think next week we'll do, I didn't even know this was a thing. I didn't even know it had a name. Something similar to, oh, what the hell did they call it? I saw some videos on it on YouTube. Was it neurographic art? I think is what it was. Where you're kind of doing like loops and circular objects, and you've got like black lines in between them, or at least a solid heavy line in between them. Most people go for black, some people go for gray. And you have no sharp corners. So anywhere where two lines meet and it forms like a triangular intersection, you round it off. I think we might do that. If not next week, then, you know, whatever next art stream we have. I feel like, where's my reference photo? Or my big reference photo. You guys have the smaller one. I don't know if there's really, I mean, there's not that much on this side. So I figure we could break out the watercolors for that. Maybe the watercolors, maybe some acrylic paints, you know. Figured that sounds like fun. Since I'm waiting on the rest of the stuff to come in. And then I have to prep it, so. But I barely even a quarter of the way into that ball of yarn, skein of yarn. And we've got quite, as I'm dropping it, quite a good amount of fluff. Quite a good amount of fluff. so fluffy. Like, this stuff compacts pretty well, so, but there's a good amount in here. It looks like I brushed one of the dogs. Russell actually made a joke the one day. He's like, you know, he's like, this kind of feels like the dog hair. When I was cleaning out the dog brush, he's like, you could use the Momo hair to make a Momo picture. And I was like, I just kind of looked at him and I'm like, I don't know if I can do a dog. Like, I was actually seriously considering it for a moment, and I was like, that would have to be one that we keep. Most definitely, because someone would probably buy it that's allergic to dog hair. Made with real Momo fur. No Momos were injured in the making of this product. That would take me quite a while of brushing to get that much Momo fur, though. I think he was partially joking, but not really. Alright. I mean, it feels the same, but I still have to work on the new emote pins. I was gonna try to get some acrylic markers, but we might just go with the colored pencils for this set. I mean, they didn't come out too bad. I mean, they have a matte finish on them, so they're not gonna be super shiny. I'm not even sure if I'm in frame. I'm hiding my... There we are. I mean, that's the... I did... It's not completely done, because I didn't do the white in sections where it was supposed to be. I forgot that there was supposed to be white there. It was just a test bin. So I might try to do some more of that maybe at some point, but I don't know. I gotta think about that. Alright. So, that one in half. Trying to make like just little floofy balls. Because clouds are fluffy. I can see one Bob Ross tutorial taking us like 3 weeks. If not more, depending on how large we go. I mean, to be perfectly honest, depending on how much I get fluffed from that ball of yarn, we might do maybe some 5x7s. Right, because Bob stuff's always super big, and we've done plenty reproductions of Bob stuff following the tutorials, scaled down. So we've done the magnets, we've done the mini canvases, and those were approximately scaled down to 4 inches. So I feel like we could probably go a little bit bigger because we'll have enough stuff. Like, that's the big thing. We'll have the supplies to go a little bit bigger. I mean, we can't go too big because our mat's like 8 by 10. I mean, we'd have to just keep picking up and moving it along the mat, which I've been doing anyway because the other one I didn't pull off the mat until the very end. And maybe you're supposed to wait till the very end, but it was pretty felted to the mat. And I'm going with the wool mat. Some people go with the foam mat. I'm not sure that I or the husband could have handled the scritching from the foam mat. Because that would be a sound that you would be hearing constantly. For example. So, what did you make? What did I make? Oh, so the 4x4 canvases we did with oil paint with the Bob Ross stuff. And we did some magnets on wooden circles with oil paint. I have one second. Come on, Mr. Door. Thank you. Okay, so let me slide this over. So we did how do you open it? Here you are. So we've done some well, that stuck together. Dang. Okay, so we made some magnets out of a wood circle and just glued some magnets on the back. So we did a whole bunch of those following one of the seasons of Joy of Painting. And then we also did another season of Joy of Painting with oil paint on some 4x4 canvases. And I don't think these ones are archived on the YouTube channel. For a while, I had kind of just stopped exporting them over. Everything I've been doing lately, though, has been exported over. So. And I also have a... my box is exploding. I also have a small gallery of stuff I've done over on the Kofi Page. However you want to pronounce it. Okay, so the reason I went with the foam matting, some people I've seen go for interior, like house insulation sheets, because the foam mats break down after a while because, you know, you're stabbing it, so it's gonna degrade after a while. All my supplies here. My toolkit came with a glue stick and no glue gun. I don't understand that, but okay. So it came with a little tiny foam mat as well in here. Turn your volume down. Or if you have earbuds, I'm gonna warn you now. Ready? 3, 2, 1. that's what it would be with the foam mat underneath. The wool felting mat is a lot gentler on my ears, so, and the husband's nerves. So we went with the foam mat. Just to save everybody some nail on chalkboard feelings. Yeah, they're really loud. Okay, so you can put your volume back now. We're done with that. That's gone away. So, like, you don't really hear it on like the YouTube channels that have done it. Like the one chick I think had shown the sound. Now, the insulation foam might have been a little bit quieter, but I've worked in a craft store before for many years. I know what it sounds like when my nails touch styrofoam. I know what it sounded like when they were cutting the styrofoam blocks for floral arrangements. I was like, yeah, I don't know if I really want that. So we went with this one. It was a little more expensive, but, and I saw some complaints about it, on the reviews, but you know, there was some other fine reviews. Everybody's gonna be pissy about something to some degree. And I really haven't run into the problems that the people were mad about in the reviews. Like, maybe a tiny bit, but nothing horrendous. Nothing to the extent that they were talking about. So, this has been working fine for me. I think the one girl showed the one sound, and she's like, oh, I did not know it was gonna be this noisy. And I was like, well, I mean, you are stabbing a piece of foam, so yeah. It's gonna be noisy. Unless you get a quiet mat. You kind of need the mat, or a mat of some description, whether it's foam or something. I've seen some people use like things that look like a hairbrush, except I haven't seen them big. I've only seen them like super teeny tiny. It's on a wood block. It looks like an old kind of bristle hairbrush, like real natural bristle hairbrush, and those are probably your quietest, but you need some kind of mat so you don't, break your needle, so your needle can go into the fabric that you're felting into. If you're planning on doing this, because it has to go through this to merge your... You alright?
Yeah, just let me, sorry.
Okay. So you can merge your fiber to your canvas. Because when you look at the back, you can see the colors that have been shoved through to anchor them. Alright, so I think we still have to do a little bit more to that one. We'll add a little finger guy in here. I just didn't feel quite there yet on this side. Like almost there, but not quite. I'm still on my first needle I haven't had to change this needle out yet. I don't know when I'll need to change the needle. It's not bent or anything, and it's still pretty sharp. According to my finger when I tapped it, because I didn't have my finger cozy on. Which is why we at least have a finger cozy on. I had been using the finger cozy and I'm like, oh, I'm only gonna work on this for just a minute. I don't need the finger cozy. I'll be careful. And then my hand-eye coordination struck and right, let's go get the finger cozy. I didn't get myself too bad. It was a little bit of a poke, and I didn't do too much damage to myself, so it's very possible to damage yourself though, so be careful. These are sharp objects, especially the big boy. I know a lot of people are like, just use the bigger one, it'll go faster. Well, it might go faster. But I also have a harder time getting the big boy to do what I want it to. So, well, we'll see the big boy in a little bit. But I'll probably do a final pass over the whole thing with the big guy, just to make sure that we're all good and anchored down. Alright, so this guy needs a little more something. A little more what? I'm not sure. Maybe we'll do a little of the blue. He doesn't really have any of the blue on him, so perhaps we'll do that one. So you made one with okay, burlap, and you stuffed it with Rise, and you watched some lady using one talking about it. Okay. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, I mean, anything to not be quite so loud. I mean, this one makes a little bit of noise, but kind of like snow crunching. Or like walking on gravel. It's softer though. It's not as harsh as the foam. And there's probably softer foam that you can use, but again, the foam's gonna break down after a while and then you're gonna have to replace it. I don't know what the life expectancy is of this pad. So far it's been okay. It's holding up. I mean, we haven't done that much with it, but it's holding up. So yeah, those ones are probably, the one, like the hairbrushy ones are probably super quiet. Maybe, I don't know. I've not used one, but they look like they're the easier ones to detach your project from. Partially why I keep lifting mine up is because the one project, it was almost became permanently attached to the mat here, because I didn't pull it up at all, and I'm just like, oh yeah, we'll pull it up when we're done. And then I finished and I went to pull it up and I'm like, uh-oh. I'm like, I'm attached, oh no. So the felt got a little stretched when I was trying to disentangle myself. I was like, right, We'll have to do periodic check-ins just to make sure we're not becoming too embedded in too many places. Alright, I think maybe a little bit more of this color. So yeah, the main reason why I want to wait to start the Bob Ross tutorial that we're going to follow, or season that we're going to follow, is because he has so much green that I don't think I have enough green to get the job done. I think we might have enough for one, and then I'll probably run out. So I want to wait until we get the rest of the yarn delivery. And hopefully the one that was being a little weird about shipping dates will have some sort of shipping information on it on Monday. I mean, I know everything's taking a little bit longer because of the state of things currently. But we'll see what happens. Like, I'm beginning to wonder if something went back order after I ordered it. Because it was so bizarre. I'm like, why do I have 6 shipments listed for Joann Fabrics? And then I realized, oh my god, they're breaking the order down to coming from different distribution centers across the country. Because apparently all of the colors I ordered were not in stock in one specific location. I would have just picked them up from the store and did curbside pickup or something. However, like 4 of 5 of the colors were out of stock in the store, and I was like, like, well, it is on sale, but that kind of, I didn't want to do multiple trips down there, so I was like, yeah, well, I guess we'll just order it. Alright, maybe a little bit more of this. And then we'll start our trees. I think we're just about there with our clouds, I think. Although we could go back in and add a little bit more of the lighter color. So that does look like it's in, well, no, I'm looking at a different spot on that. No, I think maybe we'll leave that be. I mean, if we go back in and add more of this color, it might start to look a little much. I think, like, part of me kind of wants to add some more of that color in just a couple of places, but don't know. We might be alright. Let's trim that up. Maybe we'll double this. And let's see, maybe we can have a little finger guy coming off. of that one. Sorry, I'm listening to music. I know you guys can't hear the music, and I'm sorry. I don't want to get in trouble with copyright and all that happy stuff, so I used to listen to Pretzel. I think that's why I stopped exporting the stuff, because I wasn't sure if Pretzel was going to get me in trouble on YouTube. And then Pretzel did something weird, and I got one of my VODs muted on YouTube with it, and I'm like, but the attribution was running. What is the problem? This was supposed to be safe for streaming. Like, what? And then I got mad with it, and I was just like, you know what? Whatever. I was like, we don't have to have it. It's fine. Not that big of a deal. And hey, this way, if you don't like what I'm listening to, you can put on what you want to listen to in the background. And then, like, everybody's happy, right? So I am listening to a steel drum playlist I've got going with a little bit of Jimmy Buffett, a little bit of Harry Belafonte mixed in. So make sure that that is anchored in there, because it wasn't really looking like it. Okay. Alright, so we've got just a couple more pieces that I pulled off that I kind of want to use so I don't lose them. Because, you know, why not? I think maybe we'll add this in here. And that'll help with that one little problem area that I've been fighting. That was bugging me a little bit. Okay, and then we have just a little bit of this fluff. And then we'll grab our trees. Okay. Just kind of lay this in below that. Get that all tucked in there. Make sure that they're nice and secure in that spot. And let's see, I think we can get 2 more chunks off of this guy. These little straggly guys kind of wisping off the edge here. whichever the way the wind is taking it. And we've got one more. I have a piece of glitter somewhere embedded in this guy from when I was doing the Christmas ornaments. Get off of there. I don't know what you are. And actually it might be in the other one. Now I can't get it out. I'm like, oh, okay. There's a piece of glitter there now. Actually, do we want to do like one little guy all off on his own? We could. And then that's not quite as big of a gap right in there. That guy all nice and tacked in. Okay, now let me grab our multicolored floofs here, put them back in their bags, just so we don't get them mixed into this next color, because it'll be a pain if we get them mixed in with the, or if we get the other color mixed in with that. Because we're going to be moving on to our black to silhouette our trees. Well, these are the bags that this stuff came in, so I don't have these little bags. They're like little embroidery floss bags. Well, they ended up getting another name at the craft store that I worked at, but we won't talk about what we ended up calling them, or what some people refer to them as, because I don't want to get in trouble. Not that I would get in trouble with the craft store, because the craft store went out of business, but I don't want to get in trouble with Twitch, so. Okay, I feel like maybe, let's see, is this, alright, we need to, so you might want to have a damp paper towel nearby, or a little tiny couple of drops of water that you can stick your fingers in if you need to. Like I said, we'll clean this guy up once we get everybody in place here. Let's see. Well, I guess it doesn't matter if you're completely straight, because trees don't always grow straight up and down. I mean, we can try to get you as straight as possible. But well, you look a little too straight. I'm just trying to hold that somewhat in place. so it doesn't get too far away from me here. You can hear the layers of roving that we are stabbing through. It gets a little bit heavier of a sound when we get to the thicker parts. You can feel it too. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty anchored there. Okay. Now for the tough part. We kind of have to make our palm fronds. I might need a little bit of water for this, just to kind of help shape them. Okay. I just poured a little bit of water in the cap of the water bottle that I had sitting here. Okay, so let's see if we can do this. Maybe. I might be able to pull it off. All right. Well, we got one piece on there. Kinda. This one's a little long. All right. Of course, it's a little crooked, but that's okay. Let me at least get the one point anchored down. Well, I mean, no, we're not not in a hurricane, so let's not get too wild and crazy here with our direction. Okay, first one is a little bitter. That's okay. So take a little bit of trial and error. It's a hard word to say. As we get our shapes figured out and the length that they need to be. that looks a little long. Let's see what happens as we are... It'll shrink down a little bit. Alright. So it's not as easy as it looks. I have to play with it a little bit. Get it in there. Alright, not terrible. We're getting there. It's gonna take a little bit of fussing though. As with most things. All right. That guy's a little thick. But let's see. Maybe we can make him look like he belongs. Oh, there we go. That guy looks pretty good. Alright, well, he needs a few more. He still feels a little naked, but getting there. Okay. Bless you.
Sorry.
You alright?
Yeah, just sneezed.
Alright, so this guy, I know he looks a little big. But as we start tacking him in place, oh, did you switch the laundry?
No, I didn't. Thank you.
See, he looked a little big, but then he came around. Alright. This guy's probably super short. So maybe we'll stick him on the top. Alright, not terrible, not terrible. Probably needs a couple of more though. He still seems a little naked. Alright. Don't want a whole lot of water on my finger. just damp. That's a little big, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. See what happens. Alright, so let's work on maybe anchoring that. Okay. Yeah, he was a little thick, but that is okay. Right, maybe one more somewhere over in here on this guy. And then we will move on to our next tree. Like, I know we have that one there, but he kind of got lost. Kind of got lost in the wind there, so. Okay. That's not bad for our first attempt at a palm tree there. All right. Let's see. Where do we have another one? We've got another like super little guy. You are actually need to be a bit shorter. Okay. See if we can get you somewhat straight. Doesn't have to be perfectly straight, but I really should just put the thumb thing on. I think the thing of it is I'm like, oh, this feels like I've got like a splint or something on my finger, so I'm like, oh, I can't use that finger. I think that's where my brain keeps going with that. Alright, so this little guy. Let's see, can we pull this off? I don't know. We shall find out. see. If we can... All right. Kinda. Kinda, sorta. All right. See about getting our next piece in here. See, I just want to anchor that guy down in there. He doesn't have to be quite so robust because he's a little guy. All right, so let's see here. Little guys get unruly, man. He's like, no, I do what I want. Alright, now I am anchoring that one to the trunk a bit. Just because the trunk was a little thin in there. So that's the only reason. I am doing that just to try to bulk that out a little bit. Okay, I think we can probably cut that into two. Yeah, it's coming along. A little fussy because, you know, we're working super tiny. Oh, got some pink in there. Oh well, that should be fine. This guy's probably a little bit long. I thought it had anchored and it had not. Went to take my hand away and our fuzz was coming with it. This is probably like the most time consuming part, is getting these guys sorted. And I'm just dabbing my finger, the excess water off on the edge of this. This outer area is gonna get cut off anyway, so that's fine. Totally fine. Okay, that guy could have been a little bit longer, I guess. That's okay. We will fix that. That is fixable. We just need some more floof. That's all. Some more floof fluff. Fiber, whatever the heck you want to refer to it as. All right. So, this guy's probably going to be like super long. Regrets might be about to happen. We'll see. Oh, I hear doggy feet. What's up, doggo? Oh, that's okay. That worked out. That worked out just fine. I'm gonna take this little guy though and anchor him in there. Our trunk was just a little bit thin. It's actually still a little bit thin, but we can fix that. With another piece of floofy floof. And still have that look okay. There we go. And that cleans up that just fine. And in fact, we can tack that extra bit down in there. Alright, so need a little bit more. On this guy because he's looking a little sad still. Alright. There we go. Get this guy hooked in there. Alright, I'm gonna grab the big guy. Not a huge fan of the big... Ow! The desk bit my elbow again. Got such a small workspace. It's ridiculous. Okay, so. Alright, so this is the big guy. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 needles in there. It feels kind of awkward for me, but it's like for when you're in a super hurry. And one of his needles was bent when I opened him. I'm not sure if I'm really all that much of a fan of the big one. But I do want to make sure that we are really good and anchored down here on everybody before we go any further with our trees. Because we're gonna have to come back in on top of this with the rest of the tree stuff. Just make sure we're all good and attached here. Especially in the sky area. Like, I'm pretty sure our clouds up top here are pretty good because of all of the layers on them. And they felt pretty secure. It's just mostly this background sky color. I just want to make sure we are super good to go. Alright. Okay. So, let me put Big Boy of Doom over there. Alright, now, so I've kind of got two there. It's very busy with trees. I'm probably not going to put all of these trees in because I don't want to. So, and it's, you know, when you're doing your thing, you do what you want. I think we need another longer piece of floof. This guy should probably be a little bit thicker. Alright, I thought he was coming off the piece, but he's not really. Alright. So, I'm just gonna flip that around. Try to get that to become one section here. Alright, so he's up there a good ways. Alright, I'm going to I'm gonna try to anchor this. Right there is where that wants to live, I guess. And it's kind of got a slight bow to it, so let's see if we can make that happen. if I can actually hit the spot that I'm supposed to be. That would be helpful. Just a bit. Of course, you know, wool's gonna do what it wants to do. I'm just trying to encourage it to go in the direction that I want it to go in. Probably should have been more of a curve, but that's okay. I will take what I can get. Alright, so we will bring him down there. Just re-anchoring the stuff around it. Just anything that came loose. Alright, so set you off to the side for just a minute. While we finish getting all of this in place. Well, that definitely wanted to be part of the mat there. And that quick, I forgot I had that little thing of water sitting there. It's like, oops. Alright. So that's not looking half bad. Okay. A little bit of water here. So this is what I was saying. The trees will take a little bit of time. Wasn't sure if we were going to finish today. We might try to finish here today, so see if we can get this twisted enough. Do what I want you to do. Kinda. Like, I don't know how detailed we're gonna be able to go on the further back trees here. Just for the sake of my sanity, I don't think I'll be able to do like each individual palm frond, but we can at least give it the semblance of the fact that it is there somewhere. And you don't have to fuss with the water if you don't want to. I just am because it's making these behave a little bit better. A little bit. Right. So I'm I'm okay with him going off the edge if he chooses to. Okay, that's fine. I didn't go off the edge too much. Alright, next bit of floof. Alright. So I have the wax melter going. I switched up to that for safety because I really didn't want the open, not really open flame, but I didn't want the hot embers of the incense burner chugging away while we've got all these little fiber guys hanging about. But the wax melts that I have at the moment don't have that strong of a smell. We might try to make our own eventually. Get some soy candle making stuff, and I have some key lime extract that we will probably put in there and see how that goes, because I feel like that would be fun. I'm not sure how that would work out, but we have some silicone molds that Russell had gotten for candy that are too big for what we wanted. So we figured instead of them just sitting there collecting dust, we could try to do that, because the size of it is perfect to fit in my liner for my wax melter. Gotta be more careful with that water. So yeah, we've got the little liner for it. These liners are awesome. Saves you so much cleaning time. You just pop the liner out when you want to switch the scent instead of having to take the tray and put the tray in the freezer and then try to pop it out. These are flexible. So once it cools, you just pop the sides a little bit and it pops out like a cupcake. This is our dragon's blood incense in the wax melt form. The sticks are a lot stronger, but that's okay. With me having bad smell days, it's probably better that it's not that strong. Or just everything smells too much. So that's okay. I will take that. This one piece of black fuzz. It's being most unruly. Get in there. I may have to trim him if he refuses to cooperate. All right. So I kind of have to keep looking up at my screen because it looks a little different on the screen than it does in front of me, and it's kind of like stepping back and looking at what you're doing. Was that my last piece of fluff? I think so. But yeah, not bad. I'm digging it. I hope I dig it. I mean, if I don't dig it, then there's a problem. You okay, doggo? Yeah? You look bored out of your mind. You're like, lady, stop talking to these people that I can't see. He's so funny. He'll be like, you're done now, when he thinks I've streamed too long. He will come over and he's like, you're done. I'm like, no, we're not. I swear, he's got quite the internal clock. And our time change that we did in November is still not agreeing with him. Because we set our clocks, we like reversed an hour, and he's still very much on our time forward clock internally. Because every night at 8:30, he's like, okay, let's go do our thing across the street. Because we take him across the street, smell the tree, and all the dogs that have peed on it all day, and let him check his messages. See if anybody left him any. And, it's a highlight of his doggy day. And, we're like, buddy, we take you at 9:30. And he's like, my brain says it's 9:30. I don't know what you all are doing. I'm like, but, buddy, we flipped the clocks back. It's not 9:30 yet. And there's still people doing their group thing or whatever they're doing across the street. We have to wait till they're done. And he's very, very insistent that I'm wrong. I mean, trust me, I'm all for not being dark at like 4 o'clock in the 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm not a fan of it myself. I'm also not a fan of this cold weather. Our weather has been so all over the place. I know a lot of places in the country have been. It's just crazy. Like 2 nights ago, I was sitting here freezing my ass off, sitting on top of the space heater. The feels like temperature was... No, wait, what was it? It was 16 outside Fahrenheit and had a feels like of 10. And I'm sitting here on top of our space heater because our bedroom, the heat ducts, something's wrong. We don't get hot air or cold air off of the central heat or air conditioning. We don't know why. We get cold air, chilly air, no matter what time of year, off of there. Which is kind of strange, but okay. And we haven't had the money to investigate that, so we just deal with the space heaters. And today, it's like 50 degrees Fahrenheit. We had some showers move through last night. And I'm just like, what is even happening? Okay, we kind of skimped on that guy. We need to add a couple longer pieces to the other side of this one, I think. As I cut a short piece. Good job. Alright, well, maybe we just won't tack you that far down. How's that sound? Okay. Get you all good in place there. All right. That is coming along really nice. I love how much of a pop to the other colors that the black is giving it. It's very, very lovely. Alright, so I think we need a trunk in here. If I can stab it. If I can stab thee. There we go. It's amazing how much time you can lose doing this stuff. It's like, it was this o'clock when I started. What do you mean it's been 6 hours later? But I don't have to feed the husband tonight, so... Actually, I don't know what the hell I'm feeding myself. It might be pancakes and french fries, because we're out of hash browns. And I know that sounds like a terrible combination, but we're almost out of everything until we get some more money. For food and things. And get the rest of the bills paid. For the month. So I'm just kind of coming back in here and making sure all these little straggly guys are all kind of worked down. Now he was a little thin there. Part of his trunk disappeared, so we'll go ahead and we'll fix him up. He doesn't need much. Just needs a little snippy snap. As I'm kind of off frame. Alright. As the bottom of his trunk now just looks way huge. That's okay, we'll just keep hitting it with the needle and it'll shrink down. There we go. perhaps he's one of those ones that flares out a bit at the bottom. That's okay. Alright. Let's get our next set of Frondy guys together. Alright. So let's anchor you into place. Kind of go little up and kind of like a duck neck on that one. Ducky neck, goose neck. Dare I say a flamingo neck? Alright. Next guy. Probably went a little short on him, but we'll see. We will see. Harder to do this. I'm right-handed, so trying to hold this and manipulate it with on the side that I would normally be using my right hand to do stuff. A little tricky. I'm in my own way, trying to be able to see. That's okay. You alright?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking on you.
Not as good as I'm gonna be, trust me.
Okay. Sorry, for those that are new. Husband suffers from severe anxiety and depression. And they found out that he's also on the autistic spectrum. So I do check in with him periodically, making sure he's okay. Do I need to stop? Are you good?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Appreciate the thought. I'm not gonna have an effect.
Okay. Did you eat?
Yeah.
Okay. So if it's been a while since I've really done a full check-in, I tend to. Just to make sure he's okay. So if that seems like I'm being weird, that's why. I'm just making sure he's alright. And that's why we had to get the lawyer, because they denied his disability request because he's been trying to get back to work and has not been successful, and he's been through a litany of doctors and whatnot, and even his therapist is like, yeah, I don't think medication's gonna do much. Like, he'd actually gone to the one doctor to get the full-on anxiety diagnosis, and then when he was reading the test results, he's like, oh. And he's like, well, that explains some things that he never knew but always wondered about. It's amazing how much clarity you have with things when other things come to light. Suddenly all the questions that you had in years before are suddenly answered, and things make sense. At least to a small degree. Alright, I'm pretty sure we had already done that one, but it kind of vanished off in there, so this one's gonna need a couple more fronds on it, I think, before we can move on to the next one. Like, we're so close to finishing. Like, I don't think another full session next week would be worth it, so I think we're just gonna try to go along today and finish. Okay. So let's see about... Yeah, about there looks good. And we'll get that guy tapped in there. Okay, do I want any more on that one? Maybe one more. Maybe one more. Alright. Maybe coming up into there. Use the protected finger. Sorry, sometimes I have to... Okay, keep trying to use that thumb that doesn't have the thing on it. I have the thing for it, I just don't have it on. Okay. So that bulked that one up a little bit. Okay, I think we can move on to the next tree now. So I'm not doing as many trees as our reference photo has. maybe here. Just kind of tack that down there. Like, we can come in and add a little bit more on top of the trunk once we get it fully in place here. So again, I probably won't be in the exact spots. But we're pretty close for the most part. Like I said, I'm not going to do all of the trees. But we will do a few. Clean up aisle 3.
What's going on?
I think a cat just had a problem.
It's okay, my. Or just move the pillow so you don't get that. Thank you.
At least it was on the floor we can clean up. Is she okay?
I'm not sure. Still gotta look.
Okay. We have an older female cat that has some digestive issues. We don't know her full story because we ended up adopting her. And as she's getting older, she's having more older cat things. And she seems to have tummy upset fairly easily. So we've been trying to track what she gets to
she's
eat.
Fine.
What happened?
Your mom gave her a little piece of bacon, and she didn't care for it.
She wants to eat all of the things, but all of the things don't like her.
Come on in. It's okay. You can come out, Momo.
Come on, Mos. Yes, we encourage Momo to get up and explore, because he's not been the same since he hurt his back. So anytime that pupper wants to get up and go investigate things, we are all for it. Because he is just scared of life now.
Go check it out. Go check with Granny. She's cooking food. Anything to get you to get up.
Yes, I know, really.
Go ahead.
The one night, Doggo ended up with half my dinner.
Go ahead, go see Granny. Susie, come here. I'll scratch your butt.
That was Doggo approved because he actually got up and came to investigate, and I was like, well, I'm not telling him no. Because Doggo got up.
Okay, let's go on. Hi. Oh, such whales. Such whales.
Yeah, he's been really itchy. I don't know if his skin's just drying out or
Yeah, I might trim him up.
if he's having a food allergy. I don't know. He's been very, very itchy. It's not fleas, because we haven't seen any. We've been checking. Oh. We pulled that one right off of its anchor point. I must not have had it that in there. Okay, I am just kind of twisting after I get it tacked down. I'm just kind of twisting it a little bit to get it a little bit more under control. It is separating a little bit once we start tacking it down, but that's fine. I mean, it's gonna happen because you're pulling the fibers, so. All right. So. Don't think we can really get a second split out of that one, so. Let's at least see if we can get this a little bit more under control. As my hand is completely in the way. There we go. All right. Now this one we might try to do a little bit of individual frond action. We will see. Want to get a couple more of these leaves put into place here first. Getting this guy kind of tucked into there. Ed, what you doing? Ed, my yarn's not your toy. I don't know what you did with it. Oh, buddy, you've got all kinds of marks all over you. The boys have been roughhousing. They were tearing through here earlier today. They're so rough and tumble. They're such boys. They're such boy cats. Hell, even the kitten's a bit of a boy cat. Oh my goodness. We have one dainty female, and that's the old senior. That we've got. Everybody else is tearing through here, tumbling over each other. Whapping each other in the face. No, you know what? Maybe we won't do frond action on this one. Maybe we'll save that for the ones that are going to be hanging over the edge here. Alright, so let's see. Get that in there. And then put that one there. Alright, maybe we'll go one more, kind of poking out the top on this one. He's gonna be a little bit of a smaller guy, it looks like. Maybe he's still growing into himself. Alright, now. Just a quick stretch break, and we will jump back in. So now we're getting there. I want this to be just a little bit thicker. Is that too thick? No, maybe not. Alright, because we're gonna work on. Let's see if I can get it over. Nope, it's gonna be okay. So I'm gonna work on the far corner tree. That one on the left. Trying to point to it, but my my image is over top of my camera, so my hand disappears under it. Okay. So grab a little bit more water here just to get this guy to pretend to behave. So he's going to be a little bit thicker because he's a little bit closer. He's going to kind of come off the edge. So actually he's going to go straight up off the edge. So I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway there. The piece that didn't get dyed in there. Okay. So since we're gonna take him right off the top, I'm gonna start with putting him in up there. let's start tapping him in. And getting him anchored in. Oh, my neighbor's late leaving for work. At least we won't have to listen to his truck running if it's coming through the microphone for half an hour. Last night, he came out at 5:30, turned his truck on, went back inside the house, and didn't actually leave until like 3 minutes to 6. I was like, really? It's like, thanks, guy. It's like, our house isn't really soundproof. I can hear your truck running. Plus, our room's right on the side of the house where we have like a U-shaped driveway, so we have driveway on both sides. But so he's like not right up against our window, but he's pretty much right there. So he's either running super, super late today, or decided it wasn't cold enough and he didn't have to run his truck for half an hour. Uh-oh. Come on. There we go. That one really attached, didn't it? Oh, yes it did. Okay. Alright. Well, that section's gonna get trimmed up there, so that's fine. I might have to add another tree there on the edge. We'll see. Alright, I am going to separate this out just a little because it does feel a little thick. A bit thicker than I necessarily wanted. Alright. So I'm gonna do this one a little bit differently. Or I'm not gonna cut it off just yet. I'm going to leave that attached. To itself until we get up here. Right, now I'm gonna snippy snip. Okay, so is this gonna work? Let's split that again. We will see. thinking maybe we should put the thumb protector on because I'm using my thumb a lot for this section. It's just a little bit more difficult because I feel like I don't have all of my movement to hold on to these guys. Alright, let me see. Where are we at here? So it's a little bit harder to do the frondy guys. Since they are a lot skinnier, they do get lost a bit more. I mean, you can kind of see them. So we're going to end up taking off that side. So we're getting there. Definitely a labor of love. On this section. Okay, let's see about snipping that off there. Alright, let's see about adding a few to the other side now. get that to work out in there. Kinda. I mean, it looks a little scraggly, but we've only just begun. Alright, let me grab a little bit more water. I'm gonna tack this one in. Alright, then we'll just kind of go to town getting those ends kind of merged in there. Okay. This guy might be a little bit thicker. Snip that end off. Okay, so then we have another guy coming off. Is he? Oh, no, he's actually over a little bit. Probably anchor that end piece down there first. This guy worked in here. So we're gonna try to give the impression that this one is coming in from up here somewhere. Alright, so got some more frondy guys. Dangling off here. try to hit the mark. As I keep missing. All right. So definitely want to take your time so you get these where you want them to be. And we actually felted that one right off of itself. Surprise. And at least get that attached to where it's going so it's not too short and just floating. All right. So we got a little bit more to go on this tree. And we've just got a couple of hangy floofs coming off the other top edge there. And then we'll be done. Well, we'll still have to sign it. I have to figure out how we're going to handle that, but okay. At least work on getting this one tacked into place. It's a good thing about these when you're doing trees and stuff, because they're not all uniform. Things can be a little short in one place and not tremendously longer in others, but at least it doesn't have to be 100% symmetrical, because you know that wouldn't look a little off. Just a bit. Alright, we'll probably have to do one more big needle pass when we're all done. Just to make sure that we're all tucked in here. Make sure all of our loose guys are nice and anchored, because I know it looks a little weird on the top, but when we trim this guy up, see, it's gonna look pretty okay so far. think I want to add a little more black to that upper spot though. Looks like we've got just a little bit of our underfelt trying to poke through there. It's not a huge problem because this is just really the second project we've really done. I'm gonna count this as the second one because the other one I started after we started this one, so not terrible for really our second full-blown attempt here. Maybe one more, like right in here. I can't twist it because I can't feel if I've gotten it in place there. I mean, these things are good for protecting your fingers, but because of the material, they have to be. You're trying to grab a hold of it. It's a little more complicated. All right. So now we've got a couple more guys. Got this one just kind of hanging down here. We will get him all tacked into place. I'm going to take him just a little bit above our edge. And we will start to put his fronds in. Or what would Bob refer to them as? His hangy downs? Quite possibly. Probably hangy downs. Alright. Snip, snip. Okay. I'm getting excited because we are almost done. Yes, we are. So definitely a little more time involved than just painting. Maybe, I don't know, it depends. Some painted pieces can take a while to get to where people are happy with them, but at least you don't have to wait for it to dry, right? So that's definitely a plus. And I don't have to worry about my paint drying out while I'm fussing with something. Also a plus. I mean, I'll still paint from time to time. But I'm definitely enjoying this quite a bit. Let's snip that one there. So I'm thinking maybe one more. And we'll kind of maybe drag it across in here. We'll drape it, rather. Not really dragging it, but all right. Snip that in there. Just finish tacking that in above, because we'll deal with that in a minute when we go to sort our edges. Okay. This reminds me of Key West so much. I want to go back so bad. But that ain't happening for who the fuck knows how long. Other things that must be taken care of before that can even be thought about. And I think next time we go, it will be without the puppers. Well, number one, by the time we have the money to go, they probably won't be with us any longer. Because it's probably going to be that much time until we have the money to go again. I call them puppies. They're 9 years old. They turned 9 in September, I think. Alright, so we're just about there. Just have to finish up this one palm frond here. Sorry, I'm trying to get the tail tucked in there, as it was a little long. Well, not really long, it was kind of unruly. It was all over the place. Alright, so we'll get this sorted in here. All right. Get one in here. Because it just feels like that gap needs a little something. And I think that is the little something it needs. Hi, Zuzu. What's up, bud? I know. I'm almost done. I don't really have anything for you guys tonight. Oh, the other night when I didn't really have any dinner to share with them, Zuzu was reading me the riot act. He was most displeased because I had been trying to give them stuff. Not much, just a little taste of something. Just to make sure that Momo was eating and that he was getting enough water in him for a while. Because we weren't really seeing him get any drinks, so we set up a little cup of water and a little cup of doggy food next to his spot that he has claimed. And the nights where I don't have anything for them now, he will whine and give me such an attitude. He's like trying to tell me that I forgot. And I'm like, buddy, I didn't forget. There wasn't anything for you tonight. He also knows what time I usually start to make dinner, which I think is what that check-in was. He's like, hey, you're late. Snip on that. Speaking of being late, can you check the food outside for the excuse me, for the cat? We also have a cat that visits us outside that has his own home, but he insists on coming here to eat. And if I don't have food out for him now, he sits at the front door until one of our other cats notices him and starts digging at the glass on the front door, saying, hey, so-and-so's here. And if I don't get up and feed him, the outside cat, the inside cat, will incessantly dig the front door until I get up. It could be 2 o'clock in the morning. It could be 4 o'clock in the morning. So we try to make sure there's food out there now. But I think the one cat stopped looking for him because their family of the outside cat, we believe they went away for Christmas because we didn't see him for a week. We were actually beginning to wonder if he had gotten hit by a car or if they had moved away or something. And I was going to give it one more week before I just kind of said on Facebook, where I asked around. And he mysteriously showed back up. And I was like, oh, hey, where have you been? All right. So, now. Now, the moment of not being able to cut straight. Oh wow, yeah, I can't cut straight for shit.
What are you trying to cut?
Our project?
Oh.
Okay. But that's okay, because we can fix that up a little bit. Okay, now, all of this stuff. I'm gonna kind of flip it up. Gonna carefully trim up that edge. All right. So just gonna flip that up just a little bit. Okay, so now our little edge guys here. Just gonna lightly kind of tack our excess. Back over. Not too much because it might put some of our green back through the front a little bit, but just a little. we've got some of our green edge sticking through, but I think once we get this in a frame, that's not going to be that much of an issue. And if it really sticks through, we can always put it in a slightly bigger frame with a chunky mat on it. That's also a possible, and then the chunky mat will, like a regular print mat that you would put on something that you're framing. That's what I'm referring to. Alright, so we've got a little bit of green coming through the edge over here. So let's just clean him up just a little bit, and also on our top edge. All right, and we'll hit it once more with our big guy just to make sure. Everybody is good and in place. Since we did some trimming. Give me this guy. Gotta probably be a little bit easier around the edges. Alright, and there we go. We're done. Not bad. Not bad at all. It looks much different once you get the outer color edge chopped off of there. So, that's it for this week's project. I'm actually pretty happy with how that came out. The black silhouetted trees definitely made that, I think. Yeah, I'm really happy. This is like our second full-blown project that we've done. It came out fantastic. I can't wait to get the other materials worked on. I'm gonna still work on my lighthouse in the background. I'll give you guys an update on that next week if I even have time to work on it. This week I don't know if I will, but that one's a much slower side project. But yeah, I'm really happy. I mean, it doesn't look that much like our reference photo, but that's okay. I knew it wasn't gonna look exactly like it, but you know, at least it gave us a base idea to jump off from. If you guys are looking for reference photos, unsplash.com has some really good ones. Or I think another place is Pixabay for royalty-free photos that you can use. So yeah, so thank you guys for hanging out with me on this longer Saturday stream. Next week we'll probably work on that neurographic thing that I was talking about, and we'll bust out the watercolors because I haven't really done much with them since I got them. But yeah, we'll bust out the watercolor paper and the watercolors, and we'll work on that for next week as I'm waiting for the rest of the yarn to come in so we can start our Bob Ross series. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate the likes, the retweets, the just hanging out and lurking in the background. I do appreciate all of it. There's all of the social links down below. There's the Twitter. I usually remember to post when I'm going to go live there. There's the YouTube channel where I archive most of the live streams. There's the Etsy store and the Kofi page where I have a gallery of the stuff I've done. I've just started posting stuff on Instagram. The Instagram isn't in the list below, but Insta is just at NiseyBGN, and it's Nisey Paints. So it's the same name It's the same Nisey Paints name as the Etsy store, so I think it has my flamingo icon. It's not that difficult to find. I try to keep everything relatively similar. So yeah, you guys have a great rest of your weekend. Have a great start to your week. I will see you on Wednesday. Like I said, I don't know what we're doing on Wednesday. We might just do pacifist leveling, because I don't have to do any prep work for that one, so we'll see how far I get with my other challengers. Maybe we'll just level up the challengers that I'll have ready and then just focus on the pacifist. We'll see. Don't forget, for my challenge people, Dark Moon Fair has started. They moved it back to this week because of the issues that they had, and it is now on the calendar for the rest of the year. So I will see you guys later. Have a good week, and until next time, have a good one.